Can y'all hear me? Sweet. I never noticed that the camera follows me.
Loud and clear. Yeah, it does.
Like, whoa. It's weird.
It is pouring outside like crazy.
Yeah, indeed. My wife she's doing the 5K today.
Oh, she's running today?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be at like 6:30 this morning, but they moved it to 1. So
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, if you were out there at 6:30, well,
I,
6:30
I
was bad, but now, yeah.
I was wondering who's running right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if they were prepared.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. The big marathon is tomorrow, but
Oh, got
all
it.
the 5Ks and the kids running stuff are all today.
Okay.
So good times. My running days are over.
I don't run as much as I used to.
I only ran when they made me in the army.
Ah, yeah. Man, it's sad, but well, good. Larry's gone.
Yeah, yeah, he was great. He is great, but yeah,
Yeah.
life, life. You got to take life and do your thing.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, and especially like right now, if he was trying to get into get a developer job with the way
Right.
he is, if he's got the stability to stay in the Air Force for now, it's a smart move.
Yeah. Yeah. I know the market is not as great right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you start your new job?
Not yet. I guess I may start in May, depending on what happens between now and May 12th.
Okay.
I also had another interview yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Same kind of job.
Same kind of job, different company.
Cool.
It's funny how this is when it's happening
Right.
after all these months
Yeah. Yeah.
of nothing happening.
Did you go to the networking fair?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, it was great.
Was it good? Cool.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Yeah. I
I
saw there was
try not.
like 90 people or something showed up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't count, but
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
about
I saw
right.
on LinkedIn.
I don't know. I felt like it was smaller. I don't
Yeah.
know. Because I've been to the other one we did at the Innovation Hub. I don't know why that seemed like it had so many people. Maybe because the space is big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't been at the Center of Nonprofits. It's a big space?
It's a moderately big, not as big as the Innovation Hub.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Gotcha.
Jonas knows, maybe. Am I comparing right?
Yeah, it felt like where we were at for the networking fair, felt
Yeah.
like we were just in the lobby more than
Yeah.
anything. So it just kind of
Right.
felt tight.
Yeah. Yeah. It did feel
But
tight.
I mean, I don't think anything is as big as the innovation hall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. How many companies were there?
I talked to maybe people well, I don't know if there was like a company brand name like OG&E, we're OG&E, we're T-Mobile kind of thing. I just talked to, there was a guy that has his own company. Uh, they gave me their card. And then there was an electric company. Oh,
Okay.
wait, they build, I think I spoke to like three distinct company people.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. I know that the new Tucklahoma board that took over, they're very big about that. So I think they're going to try to do it quarterly now,
Uh-huh.
which is pretty good. Because it used to be, I think, just a once a year thing. But
Oh, that's good.
yeah, that'll be good. Good to get out. This new board seems very active, much more active than we have
Then
had.
the
So
that's good.
yeah,
That's good to know. Yeah, I think most of the people, board people were there. I might not know their names, but I know their faces.
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
saw him posting on LinkedIn. I
Yeah.
I was gonna go, but my yard was out of control and
Oh, and look at this
and
weekend. You'd be doing
exactly.
it in the rain.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
can't decide if my head is cold or not.
I
Or me.
usually have that problem,
Yeah.
but I grew my hair.
All right, who do we got? We got everybody? Everybody put their here in the attendance thread?
Oh. Hold up.
Yeah. Okay. How many folks we got here? We got, hey, that's me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know that I think at least 2 people told me they'd be out. So we'll give them a couple minutes. Let me put in here. Just anyone trouble. Actually, 3 people told me they're out. Yeah, so we're probably good. So for the homework, I think we did the algorithms and something. Let me see what I told you.
Data
Yep.
structures.
Yep. And then that testing video. For the testing thing, it's a great skill to have, obviously. And the more I think the further we go in this whole AI taking over thing, it's going to be very important as well as like debugging, because there's all this like vibe code and AI code coming out that's just junk. And so it's going to need people who know how to get in there and look at it and fix it, basically. So really good skill to have. We're not going to dive into it because it is like you gotta really got a good grasp on JavaScript to do it. But if you can go to an employer and say, hey, I know I know what testing is, I know what Jest is, which is one of the different testing libraries. So definitely in your self-studies, like look at that and at least be able to talk about it in an interview, and you'll be ahead of tons of other people.
So
The companies, as far as what's that?
would that be like QA testing or?
So it depends on the company. So I know at Paycom, like George at my buddy Paycom, he was a QA tester, but he was manual. So basically he would just physically run through the app and check it and stuff. And then they have like quality assurance programmers, for lack of a better term, and they would be the ones that would actually write the tests. And that would be like this that we're talking about.
Mm,
And it really runs the gamut on the company. Like my company, we're only 3 people. So our tester just does manual testing. Like that's all he does. We don't actually write tests. I want us to, and we're trying to get there, but obviously when you're 3 people, it's about pushing out code more than it is, spending a lot of time writing tests. On the other end of the spectrum, we had an instructor last year, Bobby, who he was a CTO, and his companies, he would require his developers to do like 90% test coverage, which means like 90% of the code had to have tests written for it. So there's 2 extremes, so you might land in the middle somewhere, somewhere that doesn't test at all, somewhere that, maybe writes a little bit. So, but from the people I've talked to, one of the biggest things they've said they want a new developer to at least have a concept of is testing. So definitely pretty important. Other than that, the algorithms, like I said, they're there to get your mind thinking like a developer. Don't worry if you can't solve them. And I had mentioned this in one of the chats, like when I was in boot camp, at my boot camp, like we'd have to whiteboard it just right in front of everybody. Super nerve-wracking. Even if you knew the answer, you couldn't get it out because you're just like, oh, I just can't do this. So yeah, those, like, don't beat yourself up, just go through them, just try to take in, what you're learning about different ways to think about problems and solutions. So, any specific questions on any of that?
I know I was trying to solve some of them and I looked them up and somebody said they build these, I think the military builds some of the algorithms, and somebody said the people who build these got paid $1 million and lived comfortable lives to just think about it. So if you don't understand it, don't feel bad.
Yeah. So actually I was at a talk, there was a lady who wrote a book, about it was about like how to basically how to safely write algorithms, how to safely write or safely use AI. And anyway, the talk was really good, but my point is there was a guy there, an old guy, and he said that he had a team, he and his team wrote the algorithms for DHS to be able to find um, parents who weren't paying child support or something. And so through that algorithm, they were able to get, child support to the people who needed it. And like the state made like a crap ton of money or whatever. So that was like, oh, that's pretty cool, you know. But like an algorithm, right, is just a program of a bunch of functions, right? So it's the word is scary, but in the end, it's just building a solution is all it is. So yeah. But yeah, definitely like if the more we go, the more your mind starts thinking about it like a computer, the more you're gonna see those algorithms and it'll make a lot more sense. So, cool. Anything else? Well, all right, cool. So let me share my screen here. The button, there it is. And share. Okay. All right, y'all seeing my coffee shop or my code?
Yep.
Cool. Put that there. So last time we left off with the login function we were looking at. I was debating, so next week we're gonna get a little bit into basically I'm gonna set up a database for you to interact with. I'm not gonna teach you how to like any SQL code or anything like that yet, but that way you can kind of see the full picture. And in that we might do authentication as well. We're gonna use a thing called Supabase. So I was thinking about not doing the login because this is not the way we would actually do it. But we're like halfway there, so we might as well finish it off. And then we'll do the checkout will be the big one for today. I did post, you probably saw in the thread, a little write-up that I just did. So hopefully that can help clear up some of that, like how the things connect. You can look at that later. So where did we leave off? Do you remember, anybody? I'm gonna move this over here and share my different screen real quick. Where did I go? Zoom. Wait, down here. I lost my Zoom screen. Oh, back to meeting. Hey. Oh, here I am. Over there. Okay, here we go. Share. Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Should still see my code, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I move this thing out of the way. This is the only thing I don't like about virtual meetings. There's so much stuff in the way.
Yeah. About Zoom.
Yeah, but it's good. Okay. So we're in the handle login to function, right? And we have our route to /login, which is going to be this guy right here. So you remember the difference in GET and POST requests?
Let's see.
We can go over it again.
Get something versus post something. I guess. I mean, you get data from your server, or you're gonna, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
So yeah, so with POST, we're actually passing some data in the body to the server. In a GET, you're not passing anything in the body to the server. You're hitting a route without really passing any data in the body. Now, just a tiny caveat, don't get confused. We can actually pass parameters in the URL in a GET request. So if it was not sensitive, then you can do that. But typically you're not. Typically, if you're gonna pass something, it's gonna be in your body. And GET's gonna be, like you said, to either get something back or just to hit an in route to do something. So for instance, like if we had like a service worker or something working in our server, which is just a little program that runs, if we needed to trigger that, like say every 24 hours or something, we could have a route that's a GET route that would just say / trigger worker or whatever. And so we're not really getting anything back. We still would get a response, but we're not really getting any data back. We're just basically using it to just trigger this function. Does that make sense? But yeah, for the most part, GET, you're getting something back. Post, you're posting something to the server. You're putting something on the server. So we did a GET for our something right here for our GET menu from server. So we just had this. Remember, this is an async await function because it's going to be a promise. So promising that we get something back, that we get a response rather. The response may be an error, but we will get a response back. So you got to make it async so that way you can use the await, and then just fetch with the URL that's going to have that route right there. That's going to match our route over here on our server. So that's how those connect. And then when we get the response back, we will have, it'll have that response object that we saw before that has like status and okay and the status code like 404 or whatever, or 200 in this case. So we always want to check right off the bat that it's good, or if it is not good. And if it's not, then we want to return because we don't want to do anything else if we didn't get back what we expected. And we would typically here, we would, alert the user, hey, something went wrong. In this case, we're just console logging it. If it's good, then we're going to get past the if. And so we're going to change that data into something we can use. And since we're passing it back over here in our server, we're passing it back as JSON, then we can convert it into JSON, again, using the await to get the data, and then we're just console logging the data and creating our menu. Does that make sense? Pretty good. Okay, I got one thumbs up. Woo. Okay.
Yes, makes sense.
Okay. Sweet. All right. So for the post, then, in this case, we're taking in the username and the password element, just like we've done before. We get element by ID and all that stuff to get the value. That's coming from our form right here from this guy. And so remember, in a form, in the way we're using it here, the on submit is going to call this function, which is then going to go here. And remember, we got to do the event.prevent default, because if not, it's going to refresh the page, which we don't want it to do. Cool. So once we get our password and our username, we're then going to start our fetch route. And again, this is an async function because we're going to use await. So we're going to have a promise. So for the post route, we still have our URL. That's our first parameter in our fetch, which it tells us right here, input string or URL. Okay. And then we have our little, our route that we're going to hit. So over here, it's going to be our login route. And then, so since this is a post and not a GET, we actually have to pass it an object. And this is going to tell it the method, which you can do method GET if you wanted to. You don't have to necessarily, but if you did want to be specific, you can totally do that. Because it is a method, we need to, I'm sorry, because it is a post, we need to tell it what type of data we're passing. And so in this case, we're passing JSON. So this is what you got to put, content type, application JSON. There's other things that you can put in here, and eventually I think we'll get to that. There's things like you can pass an API key in here. What else can you pass? Like authorization type stuff, bunch of stuff you can pass. But minimally, you need to give it whatever type of data that you're sending. And then the body is the actual data. So in order to pass data, it needs to be stringified. It needs to be a string. It can't be the actual object that you pass. And that's just because of the way it goes through the line is little bits of stuff to get to your server. So Jason, that stringified, that just makes it a string for us. Cool. So the object itself is key value pairs of username and then username, which we're getting up there, and then password and password, which we're getting right here. So when this gets triggered, or when we get here in the code, then it should over here, we should see the rec.body. So this is the request object, this whole thing right here. And then this is the body within it. So rec.body, which I always thought was pretty cool, like rec.body. I don't know, it sounded cool to me. Anyway, so once we get over here, we should console log it and see it. I think that's where we stopped last time because we're not doing anything with the response yet.
Quick question. You said on the method you can do a get as well?
Mhm.
Okay. So it can work
Yes.
the same way as the before, the other way.
Yeah, so down here in this get, right? We could do if we wanted to pass the body in there, we could do method and then is it, I think it's in quotes, isn't it? Like that. I've never seen it done like that, but
Okay.
you could. Like it's like it knows that it's a get if you don't pass the body. So there's I don't know that there's a benefit to doing it this way.
Yeah.
But if you were to do a put or a delete or any of the other methods, you would need to put it in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And I don't know if y'all have looked at the other methods, but let me just bring this up so you can see them. So there's like get, head, post, put, delete, connect, options, trace, patch. There's quite a few of them. Honestly, the only ones I've used in production is get and post. Put and delete are definitely more common than the rest of them, except for get and post. But I've never used options, trace, or patch or connect. So not saying you won't, but I think those are more maybe DevOpsy kind of things. Because like this connect says establishes a tunnel to the server. Like I don't know what that means. So okay. Just so you know, there's more out there. But yeah, get and post will get you pretty much anywhere you need to be.
Cool.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna fire this bad boy up here. Oh, I already got it fired up. So I'm gonna start it again. I did add to the bottom of the server just a console log in here, so it would tell me what port I'm listening on. Just so then I would know where to go to look at it. So y'all can add that if you want to. Put it up there. All right, so if we're listening on 3000, so if I go to localhost 3000, wait, it'll be correcting me. Localhost. Oh, okay, HTTP :// localhost 3000. Okay, so we're getting hello world, right? Because anybody know why we're getting hello world?
No, we have file that has the hello world greeting. Let me look at my code. Where's the hello world? I know it's picking it up from, is it the constant user?
Nope.
Is it not the GN2?
It's our get response, our server in the server.js. We have a get response to come out hello world. Right at the path localhost 3000.
Yep. So right here on line 29, we've got the slash route, which is the root route. So that's what you get when you go to localhost. You could put a slash here, like, not talk about just slash. The slash goes away because it's not needed, but this is the root route, right? That's the where our server's sitting at. And so that is what we see here. This is just the root route. And so we're having it just send back hello world. So that's why it's showing up hello world. Make sense?
Yes. For now.
For now. Yeah. So when we get when we run our server, our front end has nothing to do with it until we tell our front end to do something, right? So you can run just a server by itself without a front end and have it do all sorts of stuff. And like once you hit this route, and this doesn't have to be in a web browser, we're just using a web browser to see it. But if you hit this route, then it's going to give you back whatever you told it to give it back. So if you remember, we did a curl last time. Let me bring up a real terminal here. So if we do curl and then the URL localhost 3000, we're still getting back hello world, right?
Right.
Because it doesn't have anything to do with the browser, which was confusing in the beginning to me. It's just all about what is running in this server. So these are not necessarily connected until you make a route in your front end, in your client, that's going to hit your server. So I could have 30 different front end applications and just one server that they're all hitting for different things, or for the same thing for that matter. Eric, you have a hand up.
Yeah, I guess so. If you go at localhost 3000 to get menu, it shows you the JSON, but it doesn't show it as an HTML page like the hello world does. Is that a difference between .send and .json, or is that something of just the browser knows to interpret text and it's something the browser's doing automatically for you?
It's the .send and .json. So you're saying if we go to /get menu, right? It gives us this.
Yeah, but it doesn't render it as a page like the hello world did.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So the .send is just sending back a string, I guess. And the browser knows to display it like that. I'm not sure why or how. But because this is JSON, this is how the browser would display JSON instead of, the white page. So, but yeah, if you want to look at, think about the Pokemon API we looked at before, this is what you would see coming back from there, just an object.
Yep,
A
makes
JSON
sense.
object.
Thanks.
Yep. Does it make sense that this, the server is its own thing and any other thing could hit it? Bueno.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so I have a server running on a Raspberry Pi that has a cron job. Throw a lot of terms at you. A cron job is basically a job that runs on a schedule. And like any computer, you can set up a cron job on. So I have one set up on the Raspberry Pi that runs in the middle of the night and does this web scraping deal for my wife's work that gets a bunch of data for her. But anyway, that's just a server, right? There's no browser or anything like that. It's just a server that's sitting on a little Pi that just kind of sits in the corner. So it's pretty cool getting into the back end technology and all that there is that you can do with it. Because you think about it's all about a web page. It's not really all about a web page. There is a ton that you can do with JavaScript and with servers. And I think my Tesla, like there's a lot of JavaScript code in that thing. Fridges now, have JavaScript in them. So tons and tons and tons of stuff you can do with JavaScript. It's really cool. IoT stuff, fun stuff. Yeah, gets me excited. I like it. So, okay, cool. So back to, okay, so it makes sense again why we're seeing Hello World, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so if we were to do the same kind of thing with the get menu in our curl, we would see similar to what we saw in the browser. We're just going to get back that array of objects, right? So curls, it's a cool way to just jump in and try out try to hit a route to make sure you're doing it without actually going into your front end, building a function out, starting your front end, like all that stuff. This is a really good way to just check if it's working, if you're getting back what you expect. And then we also mentioned Postman before. I don't know if I still have the extension. Let me see. I get rid of it. I can install it real quick though. This is very, very common for a lot of developers to use. Again, it's just like curl, like you're just testing the back end. But it has I don't want to sign in. Okay, hold on, I gotta sign in. Let's see if it'll let me. I don't even know. Sure. Okay. So you can do a new HTTP request here, and it's very similar to what we have been doing. It's just a bit of a difference. So you're doing a GET request, right? It's got all of the different requests in here. So you just put in your URL. 3000. And then if you need to pass anything like the body and all this stuff, like you can pass it here as form data or whatever. And so if we were to just go ahead and send this, we should get back, there we go, hello world, right? So just another way to check out your endpoints, your routes, and make sure everything's working. But again, Postman is very common, so you definitely will see it again. I don't think running curl request is as common, except for like really quick little things that you want to find. In here, like you can save your routes and everything else and continue to test them down the road. So,
How did you do it from the terminal? I'm trying to do it, but it's not working.
so you're doing curl
Okay.
CURL.
Okay, no, go for it.
Yep, and then HTTP : and then localhost, and then : 3000. You got to be running your server.
Yes.
Okay. Is it working?
Trying right now. Localhost 3000. It says no such job.
Do you have, let's see, get rid of this.
I'm doing from the terminal from VS Code.
Okay, and your server is running?
Yes,
You
I
have a
have two
secondary?
different servers,
Okay.
Bash and yeah, both on them on Bash, and I have one running, and then I'm doing it from the other one.
Yeah, it should work there too.
I can confirm it works for me there too.
Okay. Steve, do you want to show your screen? We can maybe look at it.
I'm looking at, I'm on the Zooms on one computer, and then I'm.
Oh, okay, no worries. Do you you can post it in the thread there, the class thread.
Okay, let me do that.
Look at it. Okay. And make sure that you do have this get route like this.
Let me check that first.
and it's a res.send.
Yep, it's there. Let me take a screenshot.
Are you on a Windows?
Yes.
And you, Leslie, you're on a Windows, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and it is working.
That's why I just wanted to confirm so that way you could help troubleshoot. Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
All right, class thread. Right there.
Here, just so we can all see it. Leslie, did you do yours in a bash?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Was yours in the bash terminal?
Yeah, I have two bash servers or bash terminals
Oh,
open, running one server in one, and then on the one that is not the one that I start and stop the server, the one I'm actually doing other things in is the one I did the curl method. So the
Okay.
second server.
Cool. The problem, you have HTTP : twice.
Oh, you're right. I think I copied and pasted.
I have a question,
Mhm.
Ryan, about like servers, and you was talking about, and maybe it's a little off topic right now, so maybe I can ask you later. But you was talking about using the curl method, and we're talking about curl method now to talk to our servers, and then like I've used like the CLI method for calling cron jobs before. Is that something that you can also use like here?
The CLI?
Yeah, the CLI.
Yeah, so
then-
CLI,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's so command line interface is what CLI is. And so it's CLIs are like, they're kind of like built-in functions, maybe sort of in the terminal. So like different things will have different CLIs. Like let's look up what is a CLI.
And then like I've seen wget too, like when you're talking back and forth, right? Like, and I was just wondering what like the difference are between all those.
For me, when I use wget, it's mostly for downloading files. But I know that's only on certain. I don't know if Macs have it. I know Linux has it.
Okay.
Max does have it. And I think the only times I've used it is when I was like looking at a package or something and it said to use it. Yeah, so CLI is command line interface. And I know like different, like Google Cloud has a CLI that you use. So it's kind of like their methods and functions within the terminal. So yeah, I think it just depends on like what you're trying to interact with. The curl is just like a built-in terminal thing.
Okay. I was just wondering like what we're doing, if there's a reason to use the different, the different ways to talk to your server. So I know we're using curl method just to simply test if there's any reason to use these and what we're doing, in through VS Code and talking to our server. So
yeah, I think again, curl is to hit the endpoint. CLI is more like built-in methods and things you could use within the terminal if you're like running a script like in the terminal instead of in your files or whatever.
okay.
I think another part of it is like, especially when you're working in the command line, you have arguments into these things. So like curl, if you curl into a folder, it might just show you the contents. I'm not sure, but like for example, for wget, you can like recursively download. So each of them will have different like modifiers you can add into the command to do different things.
Well, I know you can pass like a username and password through curl, but I didn't know about anything else. Like I didn't know you do anything else like that, like what you're saying. So
you can do like a full post request in curl as well, so you can pass in the body, the username and password. You wouldn't want to pass your password, but you can pass that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that, like Eric's saying, the wget is more for dealing with downloads and stuff like that, and CLIs are going to be specific to whatever thing you're trying, whatever what am I saying? product, I guess, that you're trying to use. Like Google Cloud is gonna have a CLI that's gonna be different than, you know, Amazon CLI and stuff like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, that makes sense.
it's kind of like you're just running a text-based version of your whatever application you're trying to use. For instance, a good example would be GitHub. So you can use, a lot of people prefer to use the CLI for GitHub, but they also have the GUI, the little application that you can actually use, go through, and you can do everything that you can through the GUI on the CLI. So it a lot of the times it just comes down to preference.
Steve, were you trying to share your screen?
Yeah, I downloaded the Zoom app.
Am I not seeing it? Is anybody seeing it?
Let me
Oh,
try
here's-
it.
Is it also Steve?
Yes.
Let's see. I think I'm unsharing. I hit allow.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Good.
It's right here. Share. So I have my server right here running,
Yep.
and then I'm doing it over here.
Go to your server JS file.
Let me unpin this. How do I remove this? Server
And scroll to the bottom.
right here,
Very bottom.
the very bottom.
Yeah, just want to see. Okay, you're listed on 3,000. Okay. 6,000. Okay, go back up to your route. Interesting.
And it is hitting it.
Oh,
I
actually,
closed it.
go to the other terminal. Okay.
Steve, are you typing in the percent too?
Yes.
Don't do
Oh,
that.
yep. There you go.
Okay,
Oh.
that's what it is. His is rendering percents for some reason on his, and mine isn't. So
Yeah, get rid of that percentage. Yeah. There you go. Good work.
Thank you.
Good work, team.
High five.
Yeah, very nice. All right. Get back to this over here. Okay. Oh man. How do I not see that? So I'm seeing my screen being shared in the Zoom. That's weird. Okay, fine. Okay, you see in the localhost JSON over here? The
yes.
Americano and all that. Okay, cool. All right. Get back over here. Okay, any other questions on that? Everybody good? Cool. Okay. All right. So for our login, we are gonna, so we're passing, like we said, we're passing our username and password, stringified to over there. So let's get our login route, and we're gonna console log that. So I'm gonna, just for fun, we'll just stick with, no. I'm gonna open my app up here. Am I running? I'm running. Okay. I'm gonna do, let's see if my app's mobile friendly. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna move this over here so we can see the server running. This is my server. Okay. Okay. So if I do my username, my password. Cool. So we're seeing it over here, right? So this is our rec.body right here that we're passing. So it's the object username password, which is what we passed right here. Make sense? Cool. I'm gonna take silence as it makes sense.
It makes
Not-
There it is, mud. There we go.
How can we clear it up further than mud? Good. Okay. Okay. Cool. So now that we're getting these over here, we are going to have to check them, right? So this, let me move this over here. Remember at the top, we brought in, right here, we brought in our user. So this is our fake authentication flow that you'll never do in real life. So we just want to check that what's being brought in matches these two things, right? So this is just JavaScript. Like this is no fancy server stuff right now. This is just JavaScript. So if we're going to check user login, how are we going to do that? The first thing I would suggest is to make a couple variables for the object you're bringing in. Otherwise, you're going to have to write out rec.body. Oh, that's not rec.body dot username. You're gonna have to write that every single time. So we'll just do a const username rec.body dot username, and then a const password equals rec.body dot password. And remember, we know that it's rec.body.username and rec.body.password because it's in here, right? There's a username, there's a password. What's up, Eric?
So in order to send it to the server, we stringified it, but is the server reading it still as a JSON object? Could we actually do the rec.body.username? Like, how's it picking that up if it's being sent as a string?
That is a great point. So you didn't let me get to the error, but that's fine. So let's look at the type of it, right? So if we do our type of here, which this type of thing, like it comes in so much more handy than I ever thought it would, because you can see like what it is. So if we kill our server, does everybody understand the question?
I don't.
Okay, so when we in the script.js, when we were doing our post or our post fetch, we made the user name and the password a string, right? Or the object. We made the whole object a string, right?
Right.
So in order to access things inside of an object, you would do like body.username or body.password if it is an object. If it's a string, then it's not going to know what body.whatever is because it's a string. So if we look at this, let me start it again. And then we hit it. It is an object. So I wonder if it does. You should have to parse it, but that's interesting. Let's see. Let me console log these. Oh, I know why it's doing what it's doing. Password. Whoa. Oh, no. Now, yeah, so it's going to give us those. So it is an object, but it does come in as a string. Eric, you're right about that. But we have this fancy middleware up here that does the parsing for us automatically. And so the express.json, it takes it in. If it's passed as JSON, I'm sorry, if we tell it in the script to pass it as content.json, then this middleware says, oh, okay, this is supposed to be JSON, so I'm going to go ahead and parse it.
Ooh, that's very cool. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll say all that again. So when we pass it in, it has to be a string to get over there. And then when it gets into the server, then our fancy middleware is saying, oh, okay, this is supposed to be JSON because we told it it's coming over. The content type is JSON. And so this says, oh, okay, this is supposed to be JSON. Cool. It's here as a string. I'm going to go ahead and convert it as JSON. So that way, when we get the rec.body, it's already an object instead of a string. Now, if it was a string, and this is just regular JavaScript stuff, like if we said, let's just, I'm going to do a const let's see, string, well, test string equals string, then we'll say username. This. These guys. Right. Okay, so if we had a string that looked like this, then you would think, oh, this is an object, right? So we can totally go test string.username and get Brian back, right? But it's not because it is a string. So if we were to console log test string dot username, then we should get undefined or something of that. Let me put a test in there. There you go. So undefined, right? Because this is not an object right now. This is just a string. Now, if I parse it, which so if you want them to be a string, you stringify it. If you want to get rid of the string, you parse it. So we could do, let's call it parsed string equals, and it's just JSON.parse and then test string. And so now, if we console log that, oh, I don't know why I duplicated that. Let's go here. Parse string. And if we look at parse string.username, now we should see the object instead of the string, and then this should work. So let me stop the server again. And it got real bad. What about like the expected name or oil? Interesting. Let's see. Well, it doesn't like that. Derek, any thoughts on that?
Let's see. Expected property name.
This is when we go to our trusty ChatGPT.
Let's see.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is it's a conversion, right? Converts the type of data. Is that it? Like, is that built into JavaScript, or is that like from NPM? Where does it do the conversion?
The parse.
Yes.
Yeah, it's built into JavaScript. So it's on the JSON class.
Okay.
So if we click into here, maybe let's see if I can do it. So if you click into remember I was telling you about the d.ts stuff before, these are the definition files. Like you can see that this JSON interface or object has different things on it, like parse and stringify. So these are built-in methods on that JSON object.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what chat says here. It says, "Oh, I see the issue right away. They're gonna make me feel bad." Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so for whatever reason, the quotes have to be the other way. So it has to be single quotes. Oh, no, it doesn't. It's lying to me. I didn't quote my key. So you have to quote both your key and your object, I think is what it's saying. It switched them around. It did the double quotes inside and the single quotes outside for some reason. Let's see if this works. Okay, maybe it does have to be like that.
Could you try, instead of doing these tests, maybe comment out the header in the original response and then see what it passes it as? Because if we do .stringify, I'm kind of curious if it automatically puts in these quotes the correct way.
Yeah, we'll try that in just a second. Let me see if this. Okay, so that did work on that part. I have no idea why it had to be single and then double, but this did have to be quoted as well. Does that make sense? I know that was kind of sloshy. That's the word.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think I ever ran into that problem before with the having to be singles and doubles.
Yeah, and typically we're not going to do this. You know, we're going to take in whatever we got and parse it or whatever. But just the point of this was to show that if it is a string, you can't go in and get the username or whatever, even if it looks like an object, because it is still a string. So you would have to parse that to then get what's inside. Okay, so let me kill that. And then Eric, you're saying to take away the header here?
Yeah, if we comment out the header and then we console log the body, I'm curious if it automatically puts those quotes that same way.
Like that. Okay, let's see. Undefined. I think because we still have that parser. So it's still trying to.
That does make sense.
Yeah. All those are pretty much edge cases, right? So for the most part, what you will have is you'll be passing your headers if you're doing a post. And then it's going to take the middleware is going to say, okay, cool, it's supposed to be JSON. I'm going to go ahead and parse it. And then you will see what it is you expect to see out of your rect.body. Start again, make sure we're working. All right, cool. So we're getting them back there. Everybody still with us on that journey?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, one other thing we can do, a little ES6 stuff for Levy out there. Instead of doing this in two separate variables like this, we can destructure it. Anybody remember seeing destructuring anywhere?
Destruct. Sounds familiar.
Cool. So if we know that rect.body is an object and it contains the keys, username, and password, right? Because that's what we're passing here, is this object, the body object with username, password. Then we could say const, and then in curly brackets, we could say username and password, and then set that equal to rec.body. Body. And it's mad because I have more than one of those. So what this does is it says, okay, I know this rec.body, this body object has these keys in it, so I can go ahead and just destructure it or take it apart and put and create these variables because I know they're in there. So this, if we console log our username and password now, I'm just gonna throw it down here. Then we should get the same result. There you go. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So you'll see this a lot, especially when we get into React and things down the road, and even in ES6 JavaScript. It's just it's a much cleaner and quicker way to do it than having like, I mean, imagine this body had 30 key value pairs in it. Like if you knew them all, then this is much easier than like having 30 different variables, you know, blah, 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 all that.
Quick question on that, deconstructing it. Does the name of the variables have to match the name of the keys and it's matching them that way, or is it just matching the variables in order that they appear in the JavaScript object?
That's a good question. We'll experiment with it in a second, but remember two things. Arrays are always going to be in the order that you see them, right? They're always going to be in that index position. Objects are not necessarily going to be in that order as far as memory is concerned. So, and I haven't really ran into this much, but I know that like if you have an object, I can't remember exactly, I don't know, maybe you know more, Derek, but there's like, it's not guaranteed to be in the same order for whatever weird JavaScripty reason. But I think, yeah, if we change this, let's see if it is an order thing. Let's just say if we change this to user and pass, and then we'll console log those. There you go. So it does need the actual name of the key in this case, which would make sense because like I was saying, they might not be in the same order. So we could do, like if we did password and username, then we should still get what we would expect, even if it's not in the order. User. Nope. Pass is not defined. Oh. Yeah. Got to put it in your console log the right way. There you go. So yeah. So order as far as deconstruction doesn't matter if it's an object. Then key does. Now you can also deconstruct arrays, and in that case, the order is going to matter. So if we had an array like const array equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in this case, you would use your brackets and you would say, let's say 1, 2, 3. Oops, column 3, 4, 5. Excuse me. See if that works. Okay, so you see how that destructured those. So then if we were to move like 2 over here in front of 3. So then it's out of order. Make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Yeah, so both of these can be really helpful when you need to make a bunch of variables and you don't want to like, write them all out. You can just destructure, and it's simple, one line, clean. Just the keys to remember, pun intended, is you need the keys for the body, and then for the arrays, you need the order. Make sure the order is correct. Quick. All right. Wrong from that. Oh, I need this still. Okay. Cool. So now we're getting our username and password. So now we need to check it against our authentication, which is just our object up here. Right here, our user object. So how can we do that?
I kind of missed your question and went too fast, so
Oh, sorry.
I apologize. I
You're
was
good.
still thinking about the last thing you said, so if you could ask
Yeah.
again, that'd help. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. So we're getting in our username and password. We know that. And we need to check it against our authentication, which in this case is just our object here. And so we'll need to check and see if our username and password matches this this object, the values in this, in the object. So how can we do that? And remember, this is just JavaScript now. Like we're in the server, but we're just doing regular old JavaScript.
I say, aren't we already doing that in our script.js file? Like there's like a function that checks for those things.
There was.
There was.
When,
Yeah.
when we had the user in here, but we moved the user into our server now.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So we gotta check it
Okay.
here. So it's going to be very similar, to how we did it over there. We just got to do it here.
So you need a function then.
We could use a function. We could
Okay,
just
well,
do it
let's
right
not
there.
do that if that's not the right idea.
No. I mean, that would be fine.
Yeah.
In this case, like this is the only time we're going to check it. So
Okay.
it'd be fine just to put the code right here. If it was something we were going to do more than once, then definitely we would want to make a helper function or something to do it.
Can you just do like an if and
Yep.
together?
We can do an if. So what are we gonna check?
If the username
I'm gonna move this
You want
object.
I
the,
forgot how to do it.
Now you can see the object.
is it the 3 equals? Brian,
So we don't want to do the actual string, right? Because this
okay, just username.
So if it equals the username and then if also the password equals the password.
So how
User
do
dot
we
username,
say it again?
user dot username,
There we go. Yep.
and then the 2 columns. That or sorry, that one, not the or.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ampersands. Yeah. Yep. And then Leslie, what'd you say?
Yeah, password equals the user dot password.
Cool. So yeah, so we got to go into that user object, right? To get the key that we want the value to match. So this should be username that's being passed in equals the username that's in our user object. Perfect.
Mhm.
So if it does, then we'll do whatever, but if we want to try to check the inverse first, right? So that way we can exit early.
Oh, that's right. So it's basically if the username does not equal the username. Yeah, that's right. We did do that. I forgot. And the two pipes instead.
So, or,
Are we missing an equal sign? Is it not two equal signs? Just one.
you can, but
Okay.
if you're doing not equals, then really if it doesn't equal the type, or if it doesn't equal the value, then it's fine.
hmm
So at
Okay.
least in my experience, most of the time I'm just doing a single equals when it's a not, and then a triple if it is.
And so then we'll just return out of that function then if it doesn't. Right, just shut it down.
Yes, except for this, we're in the server. So this is a little bit of server code.
Okay.
To return back to our front end, we're gonna have to do a response, so a rest.json or a rest.something, right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
And you can do this more than once in a route, right? So we could say if it doesn't, then we want to do a rest.json, and we want to give them some info as to like why it didn't work. And so actually there is a rest. I forget how it goes. Rest.json dot. Rest.method. Derek, do you remember how do you pass back the method code? That's not it. You can look it up.
You trying to you mean like the method used?
Yeah, let me look here real quick.
That is That's a good question because I remember it a certain way, but I don't know if it's specific to a system that I used to use. Because I don't know if it'd be like an attribute or dot header.
Oh, I think it's done. Send dot.
So I'm using my chat buddy if it's helpful. There's a res.status maybe to log the status.
Status code.
And then you can share errors. So if you get like the status like 400, then you could say success, or I'm sorry, the success status would be false or whatever. I don't know if that's helpful. I was just trying to.
It is.
Okay.
There's a thing that I did. I can't remember. Let me look here real quick. Server. Here. Here we go. Okay. Yes, so rest.status is what we want, but we want it like this. So in this case, you can send back the specific status code to the front end. So like it's not since this errored, it's not a 200. 200 is good. It's going to be like a 404, which means not found. So this would not be a not found. This would be an actual error with the thing. So we can go to let's look at response, HTTP response codes. Okay, so in this case, it would be a server error response, right? So if we go here, we can look through these responses, and it's most of the time you're going to get kind of very generic responses that aren't helpful, which is no bueno. So if you're building the server and you can give good responses back to the client, then they can go, oh, okay, I know exactly what happened, and fix whatever it is that went wrong. But a lot of times, like you'll just get a 404 or like a 500, just saying, hey, something went wrong. So in our case, this is well, actually, it's not a server error because our server's fine. It's the client passed in incorrect information, right? So that would really be a client error. So
Like a request or something.
yeah, so like either bad request or unauthorized would probably be a good one since they passed the wrong username or password. Forbidden maybe. Or so you kind of just got to pick like which one makes the most sense. I think in our case, the 401 is probably a good one. So we can do 401, and then in our message back to them, we can say like not
Tough
authorized
luck.
or something. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So yeah, so in the front end, Leslie, you're right. We would have just returned out. We would have maybe given a console log or an alert saying, "Hey, something went wrong." In the server, this is how you're gonna
Yeah,
handle it.
that makes sense.
Yep. Cool. So let's go ahead and just give this a little test. I'm gonna comment out this guy. Okay, so in our where's my thing? F12. Oh. Okay, so in our browser console here, I have it really big. You can see we're now getting this 401 error back. And we didn't actually console log the message, but we're getting the status 401 from our route there. So then as on the front end, we can then go, oh, okay, we're getting our response here is what we're getting. So we could console log that. I think we need comment on this for now.
I think you missed a curly bracket in your comment out. Or is that, no, okay.
This one? That's for the whole thing.
Oh, that's for the whole thing. Okay.
All right, so now if we refresh and put in some junk, and we look at our browser dev tools, then we can see that we got this response object back, status text or status 401, status unauthorized, and then we sent back the JSON. So so if we want to get that, we have to then get our JSON back from it. So we would have to do our, let's say, let message just for fun, and then we'll await our response JSON. And we know it's JSON because in our server, we gave it back as JSON right here. Right. My dog is wanting in on the game here. So then console log message. Oh. Now we can see now we have that object we passed back message not authorized, which came from our server right here. Make sense?
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. So you always want to respond from your server. Like you never want to have, well, if you're expecting a response back, like you never want it to error and then just nothing happens, because then like nothing will happen. The front end will, the front end will likely just load because they'll probably have a loading screen or something. So your app will just look really bad and not do anything. So always think about, and in the beginning, like I didn't even really think about this much because you just think, I'm just going to write a bunch of code. We got to think about like what your client is going to get back so that everything still runs smoothly. Even if it's an error, it's something that they can work with, right? Think about the whole loop of going from front end to back end and then back to the front. Any questions on any of that so far?
No, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Good. All right, cool. So if it, so we're saying if the username does not equal the username, or if it doesn't equal the password, give them this. So let's see. So if either one is wrong, so if one is right, it would still trigger this because this is an or. So we should be good there. Yep. Okay, cool. So if they're both correct, then we would say, logged in or whatever, right? So we can do the same sort of thing. And this is a good way to do it typically is this res.status whatever.json instead of just like a res.json. So that way you are giving some sort of status back and then a message, or in this case, an object with the menu. And so we could change this to res.status. And the status here is going to be probably a 200. Oops. And again, if we didn't know, we could go back to that site that I Googled. Put it at right here, this HTTP response. So we could go back. So successful responses, 200, okay. It says, hey, it worked, fantastic. Created, so if they did a post request and actually updated or created something in the database, then you could give them that guy. Accepted. It's been received but not acted upon. Interesting. Okay. So a bunch of different ones. But yeah, in our case, 200 will be just fine. Okay. And then in the JSON, we could make this an object and give them a message. Success. And then also the menu, right? And so I gave menu the key here because since we put it inside an object, it needs a key and a value instead of just passing menu directly. I think there might be a shorthand where you could have just used menu, but to me, like this makes it more clear as to what it is. So now in our script, when we console.log our response, it's going to say 200 okay is good. And so then we're going to change this into our JSON, which in this case is not just the message. So it's that object, which that was the message object, but we'll just say, we'll just call it response JSON. Probably could be a better name for that, but in this case, we'll leave it as that. All right, cool. So now, actually got to see what my username and password are. Password 1, 2, 3. Okay, so make sure our server's running over here. Okay, so now if I go to my DevTools. All right, cool. So we got our response back, which was a response object, status 200, good to go. And then our response JSON is going to be message success, and then the actual data that we care about there. Making sense?
Yes.
Well, sweet. All right. I think that's, so we are getting our, oh, I know what we gotta do. Get out here. So currently, so this is for our login. And so we were, oh, okay, the welcome message. So we can get rid of this while we're having the logged in user. All right, so we had this before, but we don't need this if statement anymore because we're doing it in the server. But we do need to get our logged in user because we use that down here for the username. However, we're passing the username here already, so we already have that, right? So we can get rid of all of this. And then we need to check that our response is good, which we didn't do yet. So yeah, so if we get a 401 or if our response object is not okay, we need to handle that on our front end, which we're not doing yet. So right now, if we do it and it's wrong, our front end does nothing, right? Our back end got mad. Okay. We'll worry about that one later. So here we should give them give the user some sort of indication if it was wrong or if it was right. So our response object, so if we go back here to dev tools, our response object here is going to have okay is false or status 401. So we need to check for that. So, and remember, we did this before and other things. So if we do our if, we can see if our response dot okay is not okay. And then here is where we would alert them to say, hey, you know, your password's wrong or whatever the case may be. So we'll just do an alert. We'll just say like invalid credentials. Okay. And we don't need to start our server again because that's just we're just in the front end. So do that, do that. Cool. Invalid credentials. That make sense? Okay.
Yep.
Cool. All right. So then if it is good, then we know we can do our JSON and get our stuff back. And then our welcome message, we've already got our element by ID. And we'll just change this from logged in username to just username, since we already have that here on the front end. So this isn't coming from the server. This is what we already passed in. And since we know it's correct, we can just display that username. So if we refresh and I put in my correct stuff, and I log in, then we have our little message there. Bueno. Silence is golden. Cool. I'm gonna grab water real quick, so take a little break. Do you want me to put any? I'll put this code up. So if y'all want. if you
Yeah,
want-
that's what I was gonna ask you is I was kind of like following along you and I wasn't typing myself, so.
No worries. I'll put this here and this here. That should be all of it, I think.
And where's the place that we changed? Oh, line 40, let response JSON, because that was message, right? Line 40 on the left there.
Right here. Yep.
We changed that, right? Okay.
Yep.
Right, thank you.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Take a little break or write that down. I'll be back. Right. Everybody got it?
Not
Almost done.
quite, sorry.
Yep, no worries.
Can you scroll up to the very top on the server side? Okay, I'll go down just a little bit. All right, right there. Like I think I was missing something.
Oh, okay.
And in the script.js, the
Mhm.
was that the only thing that we changed was line 40? I can't remember now. I got lost. So,
So I know we had the response or the fetch here already.
okay.
There was some like if else here that we moved to the server side.
Mhm.
So yeah. And then up top is just the console logging stuff.
Okay, let's see. Wait.
So
Well,
delete the if from the script.
Say it again.
Delete the if else from the script, right? And
Mhm.
because we have it on the server side now.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. My wife said the race got canceled, by the way.
Oh no. So
Oh,
Supposed to be like
that's what it
20,000 people
was.
down
We commented out the if and else for the username login. Okay, that's where I was like, why do I have all this extra stuff over here? That's why. Okay.
And then can you scroll back to the bottom on the server side? We're close to app.listen. There we go. Thank you.
I'm back.
Wait. Do you have it all down?
Yeah.
Cool.
Should the res.json only go under the app.get? For some reason, I have two of them. I'm not sure why. With menu in the parentheses.
Oh, right here.
No, it's res.json and then in the parentheses menu. I think it's towards where it has app.get at the top, a little bit more at the top on the server side.
Oh, right here.
Is it just supposed to only go there?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, since this is just a get and we're just getting back to the menu, we could definitely do the res.status, blah, blah, all that stuff in here as well if we wanted to. But since it's just to get that, then it's not as big a deal.
Okay.
I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm getting my invalid credentials, but I can absolutely not log in. And I've double checked my credentials that I'm storing on the server side. And then I'm catching let's see, it's 405 method not allowed.
Do you have app.post
App.post where on
in the
30
server?
Okay, server. App.post. Yes, app.post.
You have post in your method in your script, yes. You can share your screen. if you want.
Yes, yes, I do have post in my method. Okay. I'm kind of like Steve, I'm using my laptop for my work, so I'll have to connect through my laptop too. So hold on a sec to share my screen. Let's see.
If it's easier to throw it in the chat, you can do that too.
Okay. Okay, I'm in here again. All right.
Oh.
I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. You see my screen okay?
Yep.
All right, let me hide these floating meeting controls. Okay, so okay, where am I at? So I have my post, my method. Here is my app post.
See here. So in your server, are you getting are you seeing that initial console log when you try to log in on 38?
I'm not seeing that. That's like the only thing I'm not getting is the get menu for some reason. My server is running, but I'm not getting the get into get menu.
Okay.
Okay, I've got this, so let me start and restop. Okay, and it started. So then now, get out of there. Okay. This is what I'm getting. So I'm getting.
Oh, okay. So you have 127 blah 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 and then / localhost. So go look at your URL in your script.js. You need the / after your colon. HTTP /
right there.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. So. All right, for whatever reason, it's frozen. Hang on. Hey, that should have still been the right credentials, so. At handle login 6063.
Look, so scroll up in your server down there, in your server terminal.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're getting in there. It's passing admin and password. Where is your user at? Your user object in your server?
Yeah, right here.
So it's password 123.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yep.
entering.
So it's your password that you, oh, I see. Okay, go back down to your login route. So the username that's being passed in right there is the password is password. So I don't think you were putting password 123.
Oh, just right here.
No. So if look at where it says password in your terminal. Right there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're logging, that's what you're typing in.
I'm not though. I just copied it, so I'm just gonna hit paste and well, I guess I could refresh. So I copied it exactly from this string, this from this. Okay. And I want to paste it in. Oh, wait, I guess I could do that and show you. Password 123, admin, and login. And it keeps saying I'm passing in password then. Well, it says password 123 here.
Well, and you're not getting that same error you just got. So you have a success now.
Okay, so I've got something else then.
Yeah,
Yes.
the password error looks like it's because you were passing in password. Whenever you copied and pasted back in, the bullet characters were longer than they were previously. But now
Okay.
you have another error.
I swore I was typing 123, but because I checked that like several times because I thought that was the first thing I checked was I got the wrong password. Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do your script.js.
Say that again. What'd you
Yep.
say?
Click what you're about to click.
Okay.
Well, sorry, go to it in your code.
60. Okay.
Then your script.
Oh, script. Yeah, 60.
So yeah, you're still trying to use logged in username or logged in user, which doesn't exist anymore. We got rid of that. It's just username.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay.
Get rid of that. No, just get rid of it all.
This whole line.
Just username. So go to the dot. Yep.
Okay.
There you go. So
All right.
scroll up a little bit. Keep going.
Because of this. Okay.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So the username that we're passing in, so they're on 2031. That username that we're getting, that's the one that you're getting now. That logged in user is what we were using before. We're not
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you should be good to go.
All right. Thank you for helping me figure it out.
Of course. There
Yep,
you go.
clear. Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. Aaron, you said you're having trouble with the get menu.
Yes, I think I figured it out, but I'm not sure. Am I supposed to have an app.post for the login and an app.post for menu? Or just one
Menu
app?
is just get. Is app.get.
Okay. Menu is just get. Okay. For some reason, it's not. My server is running at port 3000, but it's not saying get into get menu. And I have it console logged. And I'm not able to share because I'm using my other laptop because my work laptop doesn't work with the VS Code.
Okay. Can you post in the Slack what you got?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send my code again.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I just posted.
Let's see. All right, I'll drag this over so we can all see it. Get menu. Can you post your script.js too, please?
All right, about to now.
Give me from server. So you're calling it here in your DOM content loader. So that's good. That should work. Get our fetch. So you said you're not seeing this console log at all?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm only seeing server is running at port 3000.
Okay. Is the login working?
No, I'm not seeing the login either.
And you tried killing your server and starting it over again?
I did, but let me try again. Yeah, it's just saying server is running on port 3000.
Did you try curling using the curl for the get menu?
I did do a curl, and so I have two servers, two terminals. I mean, a Node server and then a Bash. And then in the Bash, I need to do. You said I need to do what?
Try the curl. So try doing like curl /localhost 1000. Just do this first and see if you get hello world back.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, I get hello world.
Okay, so try it again, but put /get menu.
Yeah, it brought up the objects.
Okay, so your server's definitely working. It's probably going to be your front end code. So let's see. For the login, or do you? Yeah, you have the handle login too. HP localhost 3000. Message post. Okay, fine. It looks fine. Let's do this.
It's working now.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I'm seeing it. I guess the going to the curl again, or I guess they made it work.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just stop and start your server or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. Eric, I saw you posted in the chat here. Does Express send back its own error messages for scenarios that we don't handle? For example, if someone posts incorrectly formatted stringified JSON to the login route, would express.json fail and send them an error before we try to parse the JSON? Yes, I think. So you're saying if, let's see, incorrectly formatted stringified JSON. So in our login, you're saying if this wasn't string, like if we didn't stringify this,
I guess like if they sent us that, like say missing a curly brace. So their JSON, like they're sending a string that should be JSON, but because it's missing a curly brace, I'm assuming express.json would fail to parse it. And I don't know if it would still go to our function. We'll try the, response.body and that would fail and nothing would happen. Or if express.json would send them a message saying like, hey, we tried to parse this and we couldn't. And they get like an error code back.
So if we just were missing a curly brace, the JavaScript ideally would error because it's
Sure. But if we were sending it like via curl, I don't think curl would catch it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. We can give it a try. So to do a post in curl is a little bit more. Let me just cheat real quick.
And if this is a too in the weeds, also I can look it up later. I put it in the chat to try not disrupt the flow of it.
Very good. It's good. It's good questions. Okay, so to do a curl like this post, it's going to look like this. And definitely don't worry about if this looks weird because it does. But basically it's the same kind of deal. We're doing a post, so we're telling it with the -X, I think that's means, hey, we're going to tell you like what kind of request we're sending. So the post is what we're sending. And then anytime you need a line break for a curl, you do this \. So that's our URL. This is our header content. And then this is our data that we're sending for our body. So if oh yeah, if you're in the terminal, you can't just click. You have to like keyboard over to it.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I'm wondering if we.
Okay, so that's a success one, right? Because it's got the right thing. So you're saying if we like take out one of these curly brackets?
Yeah, just yep.
There. Yeah, so we would get a syntax error like this.
Okay, but it says JSON.parse, so that is the express. JSON.parse sending us something?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so this obviously we did not create this. It's actually given us a whole HTML page of error. Yeah, so this comes back from that middleware or from Express. Well, I guess it's middleware. So yeah, the answer is yeah.
Thank you. Cool.
Cool. All right. And yeah, if you do want to do this in curl, just copy this, ask ChatGPT, hey, write this in curl for me. Good to go. Like there's no reason to memorize like how to do all that stuff in curl. Use the tools. Cool. All right, anybody else? Any questions? Does it feel like it's actually sinking in a little bit, making sense?
Yeah, it does a little bit.
A little bit, yep.
Good. All right. Then let's do our checkout functionality. This will be a good one. So currently, look at our coffee shop. When we add stuff to our cart, we get it here. When we check out, it just says, thank you for your purchase, human, right? So it doesn't actually do anything in the server, right? Because all it's doing is it's making sure there's something actually in the cart. And if there is, it's just doing an alert and thanking them, which is saying human because we don't have the username anymore. That, there we go. Now I can read it a little bit better. And then it updates the cart after, which I think just clears the cart. Yeah, just clears the cart out. Check it out. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm gonna do less guiding here. Y'all gonna guide me through this. So we know that we have stuff in the cart, but we need to do a bunch of stuff inside of here. So we'll have if we had a database, then we would, do everything we're going to do, come to our server and actually create the order in our database. So we'll just make an array right now, order array. And it's going to be empty. So this is where we will put our orders as they get, as they check out, we'll put them over here. So what should we do first?
Let me see.
Did you say, let me see?
Yeah, can you repeat what you were saying before?
Yep. Yeah, so we're gonna, when we do the checkout, got our shopping cart full, hit checkout. The end goal is gonna be to get these orders, to create them in our database, quote unquote, which is just gonna be an object or an array. So to get that
Okay.
data, put it in this array.
Okay.
On hitting checkout, what should happen?
You said when you hit checkout, what should happen?
Yep.
Everything should reset and go to 0, or?
Yep. So we're already doing that in the end here.
Mhm. Thing. So what should happen when you hit checkout?
Remember, the goal is to get the order in this order array on the server.
Will we have to push something into the server? Or
So we're gonna have
just
to pass the order over there. Yep.
what we have to do?
So you have to do a push get for every single thing you're doing over here on the script.
Would you have
Like
to
we
do
already
object?
did it for the, we already did it for the username and password, right? So do we do the same thing for that?
Yep,
For
very
this?
similar. Yep. Yeah, so since we're gonna be sending stuff to the server, it's definitely gonna be a post, right? Not a get,
Mhm.
be a post. So first thing we need to do is figure out, is see if we actually have the data available in this function, right? Because if we don't have the data, then we can't push anything. We can't post anything. So currently, when we add stuff to the cart, it gets added to this global cart array, right? So if we, first thing we ought to do is just console log that array to make sure that we actually have something in there. In which we are checking that there's something in there right here, right? With this cart.length. So we can look at what we have in our cart right here. Oops. Okay, so if I go back to the browser. So you can keep that in half, maybe. All right, so I add some stuff to the cart. And then this here. Okay, so if I hit checkout, then right here we have what's in the cart. So let me update some of this console logs. So we don't have so many that we're looking at. Mhm. 30, we got a lot of console logs. Whenever you push code to production, you want to make sure to remove your console logs from your front end code, at least from your front end code, because a lot of times there'll be data in there that you don't want exposed. And if you're console logging it, it's in your browser console and anybody can go look at it. Just a heads up on that. So I do this a lot because I use a lot of console log. And also try to use console.errors in spots that are actually errors instead of logs. These are just little bonus tips for you. All right, so this is going to be our cart and our checkout. So the cart and checkout. Yeah. So again, if we go back there, here, and we add some stuff to our cart, we check out. So this is our cart and our checkout, right? Right. Show me my array. That's weird. Oh, because we cleared it automatically. That's why. Okay. So even though we're seeing that there's 3 in the object in the array here, because we cleared the cart out, there's actually nothing there. So for this instance, I'm just gonna comment out these 2 lines. So it won't reset our cart automatically while we're trying to work in it. So now we see our cart. Okay, so we know our cart has however many objects in it, and they have these values, right? So we just need to get all of this data over to our server so we can store it in our orders database array thing. So let me whenever you're thinking about the flow of like things that you're gonna do, like write some comments or some pseudocode in there just to say, okay, you know, this is my plan. So you're not, with me anyway, if I'm thinking, okay, I've got, you know, 5 things I got to do, I start thinking about one and I forget what the other 4 are. So writing it down is helpful. So we know that we are getting a cart, so we want to get the cart array and pass it to the server to be stored in object or order array. So that's our big goal. So we're getting the cart. So now what?
So we're getting the car, the car pass to the server, store. So we have to do that method post to
Yep.
to post it to the server, since we know that it exists in the cart.
Exactly. Yep. So if there was anything that we needed to do to it in the first place, then we could do it here. Maybe if like we needed to get a total or something like that, like any processing that you might need to do initially that you would need to do on the front end, you could do here. But in this case, I think that it's just that object, so it should be good. Yeah, we got the quantity and the cost and all that, and we can add the total up. Well, actually, we have the total too, right there. Should be good. So, how do we do the post request? And you can definitely look back at other
Call a
code.
method.
Yeah. Let me close all these down. Okay, so it's going to be real similar to how we did the login, right? Like this. So I'm just going to steal this. And steal all the way down to here. Copy this. Paste it here. Okay. So right off the bat, we notice we've got some squigglies under this await. Anybody know why?
There's nothing.
Say it again.
There's nothing to fetch.
Not starting with an async.
There you go. Yep. So if you read what it says await expressions are only allowed within async functions. And if you look at our function here, it's not an async function. So we can easily change that, and then it's happy. So always remember, and it'll tell you, if you need to use an await, if you need a promise, then you're going to have an async function. Cool. All right, so now it's happy. So now, if this is where we're going to hit it on the server, but this is probably not where we want to hit it, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be login, it would be checkout, right?
Yep, you can call it whatever makes sense. So I'm just gonna copy this login one here and just make a new one. Change this to, what'd you say, checkout?
Yeah.
And then, so we gotta make sure we change it in both spots. Okay, and I'll change my console log here too, so we can see what we're getting. And I'm going to comment out the rest of this for now. Actually, I'm just going to delete it because we can just steal it from up top. Okay. So we've got our route, right? With /checkout, which is going to match up to this guy. That'll work. We know that we have a post request because we're going to be sending something over. Our header is still going to be JSON because it's still an object that we're going to be passing. And so now we need to think about the body. So what are we actually passing here? So if we look at our object, we're getting an error here because we haven't restarted our server for that. which is okay. We'll deal with that in a minute. So we could break this out if we wanted to, like we did username and password. We did it that way in username and password because we were just getting those values. This is already an array of objects. So there's probably not a reason, unless there was some of this we didn't want to include for some reason. So we could just pass it just like straight like it is. We'll still have to stringify it, but we can just pass the array. So instead of an object, we would just say that we're passing cart. Just like that. So this is going to be that array with those objects inside. Stringified. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So now we can go over here and our rec.body should be this cart array. So if we go ahead and restart our server, we can see if this works. Okay, cool. So you can see there that we are getting that. We're getting that array in our /checkout.
Can I take a look at the async again?
Yep.
Async function checkout. Okay. Got it. I was getting an error.
Right.
Yeah, and Brian, I missed that whole copy from where to where, and so I just was trying to find an opportunity to catch back up. So you copied from the handle login too, from this await, fetch, and down to where? How far down did we go? Just to the
For the response JSON.
okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Mhm. Anybody else? Good. Cool. Okay. So now we know that we are getting the array in our server, which is cool. So here, I'm just going to put a note. We want to put the orders array. What did I call it? Oh, I didn't call it anything. Okay, the orders array in. I'm going to move this thing just down by our route so we can just see it better. The orders array. So we put rec.body dot. Well, it's actually dot nothing. In orders array. In orders array. Okay. So yeah, so it's rec.body. It's just rec.body because we didn't give it a key or anything here. We didn't make it an object. And so like in the past one, we did rec.body.username and password because when we passed it, we gave it those keys, right here. In this case, we're just passing exactly the cart, just that array. So there is no key value pair. So rec.body itself is the array. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So we can just make a variable if we want to. So we can do console const. And this would be, we'll just call it order equals rec.body. And in this, we could do destructuring of this, but since it's literally just one thing, then this is fine. So now if we console.log order, it's going to be the same thing as in rec.body. just to show that. Here. My reading back on, my head's cold. Okay, you can see their order is the same thing that we had before. Cool. So now we want to put, we can just put order in order array. So how are we going to put that order in the order array or in our order database table, quote unquote? Don't think too hard. It's just an array.
Keep thinking push, but push is what we use in order to put information inside of an array. So,
And that's what we're doing.
oh, okay.
Just pushing it on in there. Yep. So we're just literally taking the, and we're putting an array in an array, which is fine. We're just taking that order that we're getting from our front end and putting it inside of our database array in this case. And then we'll log it and we'll see if it's in there. Oops, gotta restart the server. There it is. So now our order array has an array in its first index position that has the order within it. So next week, well, when I set up the database, like we'll put this in the database and then you'll see, you know, how that part works. But for now, that's it. We're taking the order from the front end, passing it via the post method and the body to our server, and then putting it in our database. That part makes sense so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Cool. So now we just need to somehow let the user know that it's all good. We need to check and make sure everything is good like we did in the login. So we are checking already that there is something in there. It's not a bad idea to double check that in the server, especially if you think about your server could be accessed by malicious people or something outside of your application. So it'd be a good idea to check at the top just if there is what you're expecting in there. So we could say is like no rec.body or rec.body.length is less than 1. So this way we're saying if rec.body is undefined or null, or if it does exist and is an array, is it less than 1? So is it an empty array? And in that case, you know, we don't want to put an empty order in our orders table in our database. So we want to return a response or respond to our front end saying, hey, you know, this is no good. How can we do that? We did it in the login.
Would that just be like another status message?
Yep. So we look at our login. We did this 401 here before. So I think it'd be pretty similar to that. So I'm just going to copy that bad boy over here. Let's look at our HTTP codes. So if it's an empty array, then it's gonna be a client error. Probably, yeah, probably I'd say 400. It says server cannot or will not process the request due to something that is perceived to be a client error, which is what this is. So I think that would be good enough for now. So yeah, we'll give it a 400. And we'll just say cart or order cannot be empty. Or we'll say at least one item required for order. Okay. And then, so this is if it's not working. So then if it is working, then we're going to go through and do the rest of this and put it in the deal. Typically when you place an order, you're going to get back like a confirmation number or something like saying, hey, your order was good and here's how you can track it, right? So let's just make up a random confirmation number. I'm just going to make one up here. Call it confirmation number equals. Beautiful. Yeah. So when we return the success message, we can return a confirmation number. So I'm thinking, is there other ways that it might fail? I think as long as there's something in there, then it should be fine for now. Yeah. Okay, so if we want to give them the success message, how do we do that?
Else 200K.
Okay. Status of 200. And we're going to send them back to JSON, right? And we can give them the message. This order process successfully, sure, sounds good. And then we can give them back that confirmation number. So we can just say confirmation number equals, oh, not equals, confirmation number. Remember this is just an object, right? So key value pairs. That's all it is. All right. So as long as this is good, then back on our front end, we're going to get back our response. If it's not okay, we probably don't want to say invalid credentials. We want to say we have a message we're sending, so we can just display that message, right? So if I wanted to put that message in this alert, how could I do that? Well, actually, I can't do it in the alert. I'm just going to do a console log here. Console.log. Server error. Okay. Remember, to get the message back, we have to get the JSON here. So we need to check if it's a 400 or if it's not okay or whatever. Actually, we could do this two different ways, but yeah, we'll do it like this. Let me move this up here. I think this will work. We might get an error. We'll see. I'm moving it up here because we are given a message back in our failure message and our success message. So I can say here, if it's a failure, right? If it's not okay, then we can change this back to the alert that we had. And we can display this message, right? So how do I display that message?
Your inner HTML, right?
We're just gonna just use the alert.
Oh, the alert. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. If you did want to display it on the page, you could definitely, grab an element by ID and change the inner text or whatever. How do I get access to this message?
Let response.
What's similar to our login? I guess we didn't use our login, did we? Okay, maybe I didn't tell you that. Okay, so to use it, this response.json is going to be the object, right? We're getting back. So if we do that's not long response JSON. Okay, so if we get, let's see, how did I? So if there's nothing in the cart, right? Or yeah, nothing in the order, then we should get the error. So yeah, your cart is empty. It didn't give me the, I think I'm gonna restart my server. Not give me that back. Let's see, let's just console log response. Oh, because we're returning initially, yeah. So remember up top here, we're returning right away if the cart is empty. So we're never going to get down here to any of this other stuff. So if for now, I'll just comment out this, so we can get down there, then we should see our error. There we go. So in our response, we're getting the 400 because we're erroring out. And our response JSON has this object that has the message key value pair in it. So this is what we want to display in that pop-up or in the alert. So to get to this, we need to look at response.message, right? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, and then put that in the alert bracket or parentheses.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. So in here, we can just put response JSON dot message. And so that is just this message that's being returned that we're storing in the response JSON variable. So response JSON dot message, which matches to response JSON message, which is now what we're seeing right there. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I'm gonna bring this guy back up. So we shouldn't technically ever hit that because we are checking it on the front end. But again, if for whatever reason somebody came in trying to do something stupid, then we do have a catch for it on the server as well. All right. So if it is good, so if we're getting past here, then we want to tell the user, hey, let's get this up here. Everything went good, which we have a deal here that we're actually going to get rid of this because we're not using that object on this side anymore. So now it's good. So we want to alert them or, put a message on there, whatever, saying that it's good. So really similar, kind of same thing. It's just going to be alert response JSON message. Because in our response over here, we have the same kind of setup, right? Message. But then we also want to give them the confirmation number that we that we made. So we can do a template literal here. We can say like, what's our order process? So we can just do our $sign curly bracket. This. And so that's still going to say the same thing, order process successfully, right? Because that's what's in our message over here. And then we can do period, confirmation number, and then $sign curly bracket, response JSON dot confirmation number. Because that's what's going to come over from this guy. Okay. So now let's go back to our front end. Add some stuff. There we go. Cool. Order process successfully, confirmation number, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's not clearing because I did comment out the clearing down here, so we can bring that back. And then our cart should clear whenever we're done with that. So as soon as we hit OK, the cart should clear, which it does.
Cool.
Okay. I think that's all we really need for the order array to work. Yeah. All right. Questions?
No, but I was gonna see if you would drop your code in the chat because I feel like that was a little fast for me and I'm gonna have to come back through and see what I missed. So I was trying to pay attention to your screen and then type at the same time and I was just like, oh, okay, this ain't gonna work. So I stopped typing and was listening instead. So
Yeah, I'll throw
I think it
over.
makes sense though.
Good, good.
Yeah.
let's see.
I just know I can't recreate that all on my own. So I'm glad for the recording later. It's some code to follow along. Okay.
Check out function. Okay, they're in there. The checkout function is for your front end. Checkout route is for your server, your back end.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I don't think I changed anything else. Right. So now let's give you guys some practice. Let's see, what else could we do here? Checkout's working, add the cart's good. Yeah, let's go look at a real website. Descriptions. Oh, we can do a contact form. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, here is your challenge. Let's add a contact form, and let me write this down. Let's put over here. Oops. I'll post this in the chat too. All right, let's see. Make a contact form that submits email user That's name, email, and message. Server. User. Contacts. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so just very similar to what we've already done. Just make a little form on the front end. Anywhere you want, like at the bottom is fine or whatever. Doesn't have to be pretty. But make a form. The user will fill out the info in the form, right? And then when they hit submit, then take that info and you'll need a function in your script, and then pass it to your server, and then store it in an array, just like we did with this order array. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, that'll be your mission for the next hour and a half. Yeah, go. Reach out if you need help. It's all stuff we've already done, so it's all there for you. Yeah. Do it. I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Is there a terminal command to kill a server?
Control C was Windows, so
Oh, right, yeah. I think I remember. Command
commands. Oh, C, yeah,
Command C.
yeah. I want to take a quick break. I'll be back. I'll pop it in chat when I'm back.
So you're doing all the front end on the index.html?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're doing all this, all the front end stuff in the index.html, not in the script.
You'll do your JavaScript stuff in the script, yeah. So you'll have a form in your index.html, and it's
Mhm.
going to trigger a function that's going to be in your script.js, which will then talk to your server. Very similar to how the login form works.
Okay.
Can I ask a kind of rogue question? Mainly Jonas, are you there? Because you said you was working with Git Bash command line.
Yeah, I'm here. What's the question?
Yeah, I was just gonna see. So, what I'm trying to do is get it on my desktop. And I want to pull from GitHub onto my desktop. I've already got it, and I've cloned it once. It's on my desktop, but I've made changes on my laptop, which I committed to Git, and so now I need to put the new changes from Git onto my desktop. When I go just to try to do the Git command clone, it's saying I already have that here on my desktop. So is it auto syncing? Is that code automatically syncing, or is there like a Git command that I should like get the newest latest version off of Git? I'm not sure what command to use. Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. It's Git is like a completely, almost like a separate language that you have to learn, really.
Yeah.
But so you're working between two different laptops, right?
Yeah, so my laptop, I have the desktop, the Git desktop where I can push and pull from the desktop app, and that's great. But on my actual desktop, I don't have the app, but I have the Git command line tool, and so I've set it up. It's talking to Git, and I'm able to like clone a new repo from Git using the Git clone HTTPS blah blah blah. So now I'm just wanting to check out my latest version from Git because yeah, on my laptop we did some work today, and then I pushed my commit, and so now I'm trying to get it onto my desktop where I can maybe work easier. I just don't know how to do that.
So there's a couple ways you can do it, but just to make sure I'm putting everything together correctly,
Okay.
you've
Yeah.
got one desktop that has the most recent version of your code on it, and the other one has a previous version of that same code that does not contain all of the updated changes. Is that right?
Correct. Or at least I believe so. That's what I was wondering. It doesn't auto sync, right? You have to actually pull the newest one when you're ready.
Yes, you
Okay.
are correct. It won't auto sync. So say on the laptop that you're using that doesn't have the most recent version, it clones the repository that was pushed up like most recently. So this is where it gets kind of messy.
Okay.
So you will basically have to, I guess you could clone it again and get it on there, but I think you said that you already did that and you're getting errors. Is that right?
Yeah, it's saying fatal destination path coffee shop already exists and is not an empty directory.
Yeah, so
So
it's thinking you're trying to clone the same repository over again, and it's not letting you do that.
right. So is there like a git fetch? Is there like a git? I see like there's like a git checkout.
There's a there's a lot.
I'm not
There's a
sure
lot
what
when
I'm
it comes
doing.
to Git. So there's a couple of different ways you could do it. Honestly, probably the easiest thing to do to get it from one to the other is whichever laptop you have that has the older version, just delete that repository and then reclone it, and that would be the easiest way to get it.
Okay.
Because it sounds like it's throwing that error just because it's saying, oh, you already have this, you don't need it again.
So is a pull request isn't then what I wouldn't use a git pull, or
there's a lot of ways we
Okay.
could do that. For the sake of not melting your brain anymore, I
Sure.
would just delete and reinstall, but I'll find a little Git cheat sheet for you.
I've got one
and then
up.
I could
That's why I've got one up. And I'm reading all the different things to do. I think it's just a matter of language, right? Like I'm still learning the actual terms, which are correct between like, so I see, that's what I was saying. I see a share and update section in this cheat sheet I've got here. I'll link to it too in this chat. Here.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're using the command line interface for that, because it is kind of like common practice for people to use that. It's tough for us to loop Git, like where we introduce you to the command line for Git in this curriculum, because it honestly could really, we could build a whole module just around Git.
Okay.
I'm not sure when we're going to touch on that, but we will soon, and things will make more sense, because
Okay.
kind of getting your own understanding of Git like by yourself, it's going to make your head hurt. So
Yeah, sure.
I'll find some additional stuff that can kind of lay it out visually for y'all too. That way you kind of have a better understanding of what version control is when it comes to Git, and the benefits of it and the challenges of it. But let me I'll take a look at what you just dropped and try to make it make sense to you. But I'll also share some additional stuff that that will at least get your beak wet, give you some idea of what you're working.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna also just share what the little error message I'm getting to. And again, I'll do what you said. I think that makes the most sense. So that's a good idea. I won't even think of that. I'm gonna just delete that whole repository off my local, and then I can reclone it and see if that helps me out. So thanks for that. That's a good idea.
Of course. And I'm sorry if that made your head hurt, but
No, it's great.
It's the path of least resistance.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's making my head hurt too much as much as I'm like, I just don't know. I'm just not sure, I'm too unsure is I guess my biggest problem. Yeah, maybe with time, huh?
Yeah, with Git especially, and don't worry, all of you will pick up Git faster than a lot of this other stuff, because once you start using it, you'll never not use it in terms of version control. So it's something that you'll constantly, anytime you're pushing code or working with code, you'll be using Git, and it's much easier to pick up muscle memory wise. So it is a little bit more friendly. It has its caveats too, but you'll pick it up in no time once you get into the flow of it.
Okay, thanks. And then I have one other question if I can. So on my desktop, that my actual sit here at the house desktop, I didn't have Node.js and I just installed it. There's something I have to run from the command line in order to make it work. I can't remember what that is, but was it Node V, Node dash V?
That will show what version of Node that you're on.
Oh,
If you
okay.
you can just do a quick Google search and just see like what do I have to run to
Okay.
you're
yeah.
trying just to run Node on your machine, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Because when I go
believe-
to try to start and stop server in VS, it's like it's not doing it's not doing the npm. I can't use npm, nothing.
Interesting.
Double check that you have npm installed as well. So npm-v.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let me get this copied over and sorry I'm derailing. I just wanted to make sure I can switch back and forth because that'll be important for me to get more work done. So
No, you're fine. When it comes to Git, like I mentioned, there's really never a good time to introduce it throughout the curriculum. So we were bound to get derailed eventually.
okay. Thanks guys, sorry. Okay, Brian, are you there?
Yep.
So I'm getting the error that I'm missing the script start when I run npm start. So
Are you in your server? If you do ls, is your server?
yeah, that's probably golly. Okay, let me see. Make sure. All right, I think I got Node set up on here now. Where I can All right. Okay, it says bash npm command not found. So I need to install npm, is what you're saying.
If you did in npm-v, you didn't get anything?
npm-v says 10.9.2, so I have npm.
And so when you run npm start, what does it say?
It says npm, it says bash npm command not found.
Are you're in the VS Code terminal?
Yes.
I feel like, didn't we have a something we had to do last time for the Windows? Like you had to-
Yeah, I forgot what it was. That's what I was like.
but it
Anybody
was in a bash terminal though, right? Pretty sure. Let's see, let me look back at the thing. So when you do ls though, you are in your server folder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. CD server ls. Well, now it's not. It was. It had given me. Okay, no then. Now I'm going to say no.
Okay. And did you excuse me, did you just clone this or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, I
And-
cloned it from Git.
Yeah, make sure you do npm install.
So npm I-y any
No, just npm.
npmi.
You already have a package JSON, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's when you would use init-ys if you didn't have a package JSON.
Okay.
But you just need to install the packages that are in there because you don't have a node modules folder, right?
Yep. Now that looks like that is. So I did npm start. Now I see server start Node.js server.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that did it.
Cool.
Thanks. Sorry.
No worries. Everybody chugging along? Anyone stuck? Need help?
I'm just not getting to the JavaScript. In the HTML, does it have to be on submit, you said, or just submit in the HTML for the prevent default?
So in your form, you'll have that on submit in the
Contact form. Oh, okay, I got you.
yeah, and then in your JavaScript, you'll have that event.prevent default.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay, so sorry for the delay, Brian. I'm a little stuck. I just got my front end the form together. And so when I'm actually gonna write the function to handle on submit, that's going to be in the script file or the server file. Hello, anybody there? Anybody else know?
It should be in the script if you're handling the on submit, and then that'll move stuff to the server later.
Okay. So similar to like the function checkout.
Sorry, I stepped away real quick. You need my help?
Yeah, I think Eric helped me out. I just got my front end form together because I was messing with all that other to try to get organized and set up for this. I got my front end form together, and now I'm just felt lost getting started. Like, am I going to my script file or my server file? I don't even know where to start. So
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely. If you're gonna start in the front, then yeah, front, make your HTML, then go to your script to do your front end JavaScript, and then to your server.
So, okay, I think I'm good then. Thank you.
Some people, depending on like, if you become a back-end engineer, then, you're going to start at the back end, and you may just stay on the back end and then just expose those routes to a front-end engineer, or you may be a front-end engineer and, just that's your world. And then you just have the routes to hit, or you're full stack and you do it all. So there's no wrong answer. Just whichever's more comfortable.
A quick question for the server. Have you been keeping all of the different apps?
All the different what? Did we lose you? Right. Are you back with us?
Well, where's your code at?
I don't know where my code's at.
Oh, I got kicked out.
Okay. You were saying something about the server?
Yeah, and the server in the app.post for like checkout and the get menu. Are you creating a new one each time for app.post? Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So yeah, every route will be its own app.post or app.get or whatever.
Okay.
Everybody's still good?
Yep, doing good.
Good.
How's everyone doing?
I'm starting to get ready to post to the server, or yeah, post to the server now.
Any tears shed in the process?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why did we use get from the get menu from server and not post like we did with the other two. But then I realized we were just only retrieving information and not trying to post anything. So then it got me confused of when do we use one versus the other. But I think I get it.
Yeah, there's another term that's kind of used for those for all of these methods that we're learning that we'll get into. It's called CRUD: create, read, update, delete. And at least for me, it makes a little bit more sense whenever you have those methods to compare it to with all these post and get methods and whatnot. That probably sounds like Greek to you right now, but it will make sense once we go over it. There's a lot of software and applications out there that are just considered CRUD applications, which that's exactly what they do. Create, read, update, and delete things. And I promise that'll make more sense here before you know.
I got you. So why do we have to put it in the script and then put it over to the server? Why not just do it in the server? It seems like a lot of going back and forth, or is it like a more efficient way later on?
That's a good question. Brian, what do you think about that?
So you're saying, why do we do it in the server and not in the script?
No, I was saying we create everything in the script and send it over to the server. It seemed like a lot of going back and forth. Like, is there a more efficient way to do it, or and I was asking why not just create everything in the server, so you don't have to go back and forth.
What is it that we're creating?
Like the functions, like the contact form, the everything we made in the script, we've put over to the server.
Yeah, so it's two different functions, for lack of a better word. The things in the script.js, we're interacting with the DOM, right? So we're like getting element by ID and all that good stuff. You can't do that from the server. The server doesn't have access to the DOM.
Oh.
So
Okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
so anything we're doing in the script.js is on the front end on your client in the DOM. And then we'll run some functions in there that may not, like, say we needed to like calculate the price, right? You could like do that in the server, so pass everything to the server, calculate the price, and pass it back. But if you don't have any additional thing you need to do in the server, then you could just handle that on the front end. So,
Oh, okay.
if you
Thanks
think
for
about it,
explaining that, Brian.
yeah. If you think about it, the script.js, like anything to do with front end, that's your JavaScript to handle that. Your server.js, anything that like needs to talk to a database, needs to do some like heavy lifting calculation, reach out to an API that's secure or whatever, that would all be done in the server. So the server is more like it reaches out to other things, and the front end is messing with your site, with your application.
Okay, that makes sense.
Of course, there's caveats. You can, reach out to APIs and stuff from the front end as well. But typically those are going to be like the unsecure ones, like the weather or API or a Pokemon or something like that.
Was anyone else struggling?
I don't know if I'd say struggling. I feel like I did pretty good myself. I'm like feel like it's starting to click a little bit, at least from HTML side into once I get started. That's my problem. Is like I gotta get started somewhere. So like I'm able to see in my console log the values I submitted into my form at least from JavaScript. Now I just gotta get the connection to my server, and I didn't get that far. So just gotta work on that part.
Yeah, that's great. It just takes time.
Yeah, and I say it's just I mean I just feel like a little behind from what we did today, but I think after a little rewatch of the video and playing around with this some more, I think it's fine. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit of it, little pieces, or I get little aha moments, and then I feel better.
Yeah, the challenge is getting in there by yourself and going through it because it can
Yeah.
it can be pretty scary. Your first few times just getting in, but like I always say, don't be afraid to go in and break stuff. That's how you're gonna learn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always my deal. Is like, how the hell do I get started? Once I get started, then it's fine. Like I can talk. I feel like I can talk through my code and I kind of understand what it's doing for the most part. And then the pieces that I don't, I got my AI buddy to help me along. Like, what was I doing here again? And then but like, yeah, that's the biggest one is just like, okay, you're on your own. And I'm like, I'm scared. Now what do I do? Which is stupid, but it's true. It's like, I don't know what to do. And I psych myself out, I think, more than anything. So
Yeah, no, staring at like a blank screen, it can be pretty daunting. But like what Brian kind of touched on earlier is whenever you start, either just dropping in pseudocode or one thing that I like that I learned recently is when you get in that scenario and it's just a blank screen and you're like, I don't know where to start. If you just write comments on what you need to build and just throw them on there and then start building, it kind of helps guide you and keep you in the flow of working and writing. So I'd recommend giving that a try too. Just, what piece of logic do I need to work on next? I'll just start off with a comment. That way it gives me something to go with. And then from there, just let your brain get to work.
yeah, and I think for some people when they come from like, oh, I learned backend stuff first, like Python or whatever, starting with backend probably a little easier, I think, than starting from front end because I'm really in a bad mindset from a front end perspective. Like, oh, it should just work. Like it should just what's that step? Like I don't know all the little teensy steps from how backend works, right? So like I'm so used to front end things that are already created for me. So my mentality has to change too. Like this isn't already pre-built. It's every single step needs to happen now. I think that throws me off some too. So I think that's just to retrain your brain though, and with practice.
Yeah, no, I relate to that 100%. Whenever I first learned, to me, all of the back end stuff was way easier than front end because back end is just a bit more black and white. And it's just a little bit easier to, at least in terms of when it comes to actually writing the code, it's a bit easier to read and write as compared to a bunch of the front end stuff that you've got to write.
Yeah. Challenges either way, no matter which way you start. You're gonna have to learn the other piece, and it just takes time. So.
Yeah, either way, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to look back though at, I mean, a month ago, 2 months ago, what you knew and could do, and just the words that y'all are using now that you didn't know what they meant before. So you've already come a very long way.
Oh yeah, huge.
What's the difference between checking for response.ok and response.status? Like I'm using ChatGPT, but I'm still not able to get a good understanding.
Yeah, so we get back the response object, right? And that's got, y'all still seeing my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't pay attention because I'm doing stuff, but no, I'm just kidding. Just getting ready for next week. But yeah, so whenever we get that response back, so let me just, for instance, let's see, okay, I'll just use my contact form that I just built to show it. Console.log response. See if I broke everything. Oh, what did I break? No, I don't want to import. I was just kidding. What are you talking about? Yeah, here. Okay. So this response object here is what we get back, right? And you can see that it's got key value pair okay, true, and then status 200, status text. So these are all things that you have access to with that response object. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah,
So do
can
you always
check,
check for okay or status? Or it just depends?
whatever you want to do. You can check okay is true. You could check the status, see if, maybe looking for a certain code. Status text okay, I see that a lot too. So yeah, any one that works for you in that situation.
Okay.
Good question. Well, it's just about 2 o'clock. Anybody want to show what they got real quick, or maybe show it at the beginning of next class or something? Not everybody at once. Just kidding. It's okay.
I mean,
Um,
I don't have a problem with it. I just didn't get far. I mean, like as far as I got was I built my form on the front. I was able to create my function, handle form, and then I just used what we used before, the event the event dot prevent default, and then I constructed my first name, my last name, my email message, and then I console log just to make sure I saw them when I tested it on the front end or on my coffee shop to make sure I could see it in the console log. I didn't get to speaking to my server or anything further than that. So,
but you're passing data from, at least from your HTML,
yes.
your JavaScript. So that's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm just happy with that. I'm proud of those steps. So that's where I'm happy with. So, yeah.
Awesome. Anybody have any questions before we end?
No, nothing on my side. I'm just gonna keep working it and making it make sense. Hopefully I can explain it by next class.
Yeah. Awesome.
You think it's going well?
Good. How did y'all like this format, this remote kind of thing?
The format of Zoom?
Yeah.
I like in person better.
I like in person too, because moving from Zoom to your VS Code is kind of challenging. Some stuff get missed.
Gotcha.
You're
I
on
agree
one
with
screen.
you
I'm on
personally.
one screen, but
Yeah. Eric, you said same?
Yeah, in person definitely it's much easier.
Gotcha. Okay.
I guess I'm the odd man out. I like remote, but I work remote and I have a far drive, so I'm like, this is great for me.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I like in person too. It's just challenging to get there every weekend, and it's a big cost out of my day and time. So this makes it, I guess, more accessible for me, being more of a rural, route than some of you others. So it's like 45-minute drive for me there and back, and so it really eats in my day. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Very good to know. All right. Well, if nobody's got anything else, then we can end it and go enjoy hopefully the rain's done, maybe. So,
Cool. Thank you
All right,
guys.
see y'all.
Appreciate
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Appreciate it. You have a
See ya.
good one.